Do you see me? We see each other daily, but do you see me? The way I hope you do, 'cause I hold every door till you pass through. You smile and ask me, how are you? I say I'm fine, but damn, that ain't the truth. Can't help but stare at you through every task, and all I wanna do is ask, is there a chance that you've been staring too? All this time I'm still guessing. I would die just to know. Just show me a sign, send me a smoke signal, drop me a line, spell it out for me, I'm a little bit torn. Do you wanna be mine? 'Cause I wanna be yours. Mine. Do you hear me? We're talking every day, but do you hear me? The words I'm trying to say, despite my life in chaos and disorder. I memorize your coffee order, but I'm too scared to make a bolder move. Instead of spilling guts like I wanna do, the best that I can manage is a how are you? Until there's something there that I can prove. I just suck at expressing what it is I wanna know. Just show me a sign, send me a smoke signal, drop me a line, spell it out for me, I'm a little bit torn. Would you wanna be mine? 'Cause I wanna be yours. And if you don't, hell, I don't mind. Oh, I don't mind. I'm happy just having the friendship I was so lucky to find. That's why I'm scared. I'm not prepared to say I care. I couldn't bear to have you tell me you don't feel the same and leave me standing there. So it's fine. Now just live in my mind till you give me a sign, send me a smoke signal, drop me a line, anything, just give me something, I'm a little bit torn. Would you wanna be mine? 'Cause I just show me a sign, send me a smoke signal, drop me a line, spell it out for me, I'm a little bit torn. Do you wanna be mine? I wanna be yours. Do you see me? We see each other daily, but do you see me? The way I hope you do, 'cause I hold every door till you pass through.
Hi guys, thanks for tuning in. How's everybody doing? I don't currently have anybody joining me today on stream, but I do have it set up so like if anyone wants to randomly pop in, they can. Yeah. I've never played Beacon Pines before, but we're gonna have some fun with this. I hope we're still enjoying the Halloween PNG. It's going to be around for a while. Yeah, so let's get into the game. I've had this one for a while. I just haven't gotten the chance to play it. I think I'm going to turn my microphone up and bring it a little closer, though. If that would help you guys out some. I'm going to try to get into the audio of the game. Alrighty, so it's time to dive right on in. Ooh, it's crackly.
allow me to introduce you to my book. Though it might at first appear like many books you've come across, it is far from ordinary. You may therefore have some misunderstandings
Turn
about
it up
its
a little
nature.
bit. There we go. We've got a bit of a delay right now, unfortunately. I don't know if I can fix that. Let me try something real quick. We're gonna crack. Alrighty. Hello? Hello. Okay, that should hopefully fix it. Sorry about that, guys.
Without you, there is no story. Chapter 1. Normal isn't what it used to be. This is a story about change. Nestled in a shallow valley is the town of Beacon Pines. Far from the town square, across the river, past the neglected welcome sign, a young boy walks alone at dawn. His name is Luca Van Horn, and like you, dear reader, he's here for a reason.
Luca Van Horn. Oh, little guy. Oh. They sound like Animal Crossing characters.
Rollo was Luca's closest friend. He possessed many fine qualities, but subtlety was not one of them. Rollo finally noticed the tears swelling in his friend's eyes and the flowers on the grave.
Jesus. That's so sad. Okay, so we use the WASD keys. Can I? Okay, I do glitch through my friends. Aww. Wait, can I get rid of Alt C? What does this do?
Wonderful! I had a good feeling about you from the moment you opened my book.
Oh,
That charm is a very special thing. Very special indeed. Keep hold of it for now. Its purpose will reveal itself soon enough.
can I destroy all of the dandelions? They're starting to grow back. Oh, damn. Okay.
Rollo looked to the side suspiciously.
Who is they? Goodness. Yeah, I don't like your grandma. Okay. I'm assuming she's gonna be in the house. Just wanna see if there's anything. Oh, I can jump. Silly little jumping animation. Is there anything? Oh! I can interact with things. So just pretend to be cool. Okay.
Dear reader, forgive me for this interlude. Remember that charm you found in the dandelion patch? There are more of those special charms to discover throughout Beacon Pines. They've been known to reveal themselves to those who are willing. Some of them can be found in this very house.
Okay, so go
Since
explore.
Gran had moved in, the house was more peaceful, more orderly, and more covered in flowery fabric. One of his father's old stethoscopes. Luca had spent countless hours listening to anything and everything with it. Not for years, though.
I used to do that with my mom's stethoscope. Ponder. Wait, how do I... Okay, so it's the arrow keys. Oh.
Gran had already lit the fire. She kept a warm house, as if by grandmotherly obligation. Lucan knew that if he left without telling Gran, it would be trouble.
I wasn't trying to leave, I was trying to look at the...
Luca paused at his parents' bedroom door. He just wasn't ready to go in yet.
Ooh.
Gran had commandeered the upstairs closet when she moved in. Some things need shelter from a young boy's mischief, she said.
Oh? This is my room, I'm guessing?
Luca tossed on his favorite old sweater.
Yeah.
Even though it was the first day of summer, a chill still hung in the air. Gran's moving in meant that most of Luca's things had been crammed in the corner. Luca was somewhat annoyed by the situation.
So I can tell that this is not from like an area that I'm from, because in summer it's already been hot. There's like a chill in the air in spring, maybe.
Gran's bed was undisturbed. Luca didn't mind that she had a habit of falling asleep in front of the fireplace. It meant that he could read late into the night.
Aw, you cheeky sneakster. You cheeky little sneakster, you. So yeah, so it's gonna be outside. Oh, kitchen. This is junk. This looks like... It looks Canadian. Close the fridge. Maybe that's just me, but... So far, this looks to be based in, like, Canada. Turn that off, but I have no idea. It's very cozy so far. Hi, Gran. No. You were just gonna go... Chill. I see. I'm annoying. I like to try all the occasional. I like to use all the options. Big stuff. I think we're just gonna go with what we originally said. Yeah, we're gonna go with our first answer because I think that's the one that's probably the safest. Oh. Of course. Yeah, I was gonna say I can only do so much, Gran. Oh, he's so excited. Rolo, come back. Wait. Can we leave him? Okay, noted. What if I wanted to explore? Huh. There's a festival. Nothing good ever comes from a festival. If you know, you know. Oh dear. This is the mayor. It is the mayor. I don't have any respect for authority, sir. I'm a public speaker. You look so sleazy. Looks like a smarmy, greasy dude. Just a spot to chill. We hanging. It's a pig. Oh. Yep, that's what I was thinking. Oh dear. It's a little bunny. Trying to steal this person's wallet? This is Pete. Oh dear. Sure, I'll do your questionnaire. Though this is a 12-year-old. Of course. That's... Can I go inside? Bizarre. Yeah, Rolo is waiting for me. Oh. 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 Oh, look at the tiny Luca. How was I gonna attach a tickle to it? I'm assuming this is like Spiritfares fishing mechanics. Yo, I caught a boot. Oh, okay, so like fly fishing then. And I'm just assuming the fishing mechanic is similar to Spiritfarer. A duck! I love ducks. Oh. But why did it turn up in the lake? Can I look at my findings? Oh. Wait, I didn't mean to leave. Oh, I see. I see. Am I gonna get the same thing? Yeah, it is like Spiritfarer. Okay, so I do need to find more bait. I forgot to look at the sign when I walked in here. Oh. We just chillin'. Yeah, that was sweet, I figured. Aliens are cool. Oh? What do you mean, kinda? Oh. Oh. Y'all are gonna get in so all kinds of trouble. Goodness. Mission control. So where did Rolo go? Okay, there he is. Oh yeah, just supposed to be chill. Hello. I gotta go without you. I'm still gonna say it's giving Canada. You know? Change. Alright. Oh, she's a bunny and she's pregnant again. Funny. Nah, I'm gonna be so unsafe, ma'am. I'm so sorry. The two wandered down the wooden path, unaware of the dangers ahead. That's so me, though. I say that I haven't, like, properly sat down to read in a while, but that's still so me, though. You look like Rolo. Mm. Mm. Oh no. Oh. Oh, do we have to go haul carrots now? The best way to deal with an enraged Roxy was to be a little... I don't think that's gonna work. Damn. Nope. Damn. Okay, so... Oh. She's so cute. Okay, she's adorable. I love her. A very normal type of character for me to be like, oh, that's so cute. Oh, can I go into the diner? No, okay. So there's not really anything for me to do over here. Can I go? I can. Ooh. The early bird. Interesting. Oh, wait, can I go this way? Can I make it explode? Bop, 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 bop. Because you would, wouldn't you, if you were this, if you were like a little kid. Aww. I want to buy flowers. I don't think a town can really be made up of like 7 citizens. Wait, can I look at the newspaper that's sitting there on the stand? No. Okay. Do I have more options? No, it's still just chill, so... Ah! I was wondering if I could smack her. Nope. Oh. Wait. Okay, well. Oh. Library. I love a good Lurberber. Nun Creed. Oh. Oh no. Oh. Sir, this is a 12-year-old. It's a 12-year-old, sir. Yeah, because you're a very, very small little town. A bunny! Nope. I want to know if I can find any bugs. I guess that's the old house. Wait, no, I wanted to... No, I wanted to go look at the fucking mansion. Damn it. Okay. Is there any, like... Bizarre. Okay. Okay, I can investigate though. Good. Ew. I think that rope should be something of note. Hide in the trap. Oh, shit. That's great. That's all I have to use. I'm sorry, I can choose shit as an option. To be a little shit. I love that. Oh. Huh. Mm. Oh. 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 That's upsetting. Okay, cool. I can just ignore him. Oh. I wanted to go see the... Oh. God damn it. Hold on. Well. Well, I try, Rolo. Since you kindly already got rid of one of the bulbs. Mm? Rumble. Mm. Love that. Ew. Walkie-talkies? Aww. There we go. Get out. Get out of there. They're gonna jump some shit on you. Is that a body? Please take a shower first. Mm. It's reminding me of Charlie Brown. Mm. It's reminding me of Exocolonist, actually. Which we still need to play again. I'm just waiting to find a time with Star. Okay, water still seems fine. There's a book! I can't read it. Oh. Which side of the family is my grandmother from? My walkie. Bizarre. Hmm. I mean, Gran told us not to leave the house, but... Go take the walkie with you. Okay, well, I guess we're not taking it with us. I really think we should, though. Just personal opinion. Dad, it's getting kind of scary. That's okay, we've got our sweater. That's all we need. Oh. Hmm. Dude, I'm like literally 12. Hmm. So there they go, the teenagers. I'm assuming they're teenagers. Mr. Mayor? They're lesbians! Wait, let's go check on the bat. Wow. I appreciate Dawn. Oh. Aww. I want a strawberry chocolate double scoop. That sounds delicious. Oh. Of course. Mm-hmm. Yeah. I love propaganda. Do you guys love propaganda? I sure love propaganda. What's your favorite piece of propaganda? I'm sure most of you guys will say Hamilton. Because by the way, Hamilton is some really good American propaganda. Just in case you were unaware. But I feel like you really should be. Penguin. Oh. Huh. My complete loss of interest. Mm. Cute. I also heavily feature the comic book section of my library. Ew. I agree with Luca. Succulent. Ah. Oop. Mm. Hey. This little cat. Oh. Guys, it's Star. Can I go? Oh, I guess it's not open. Aww. That's cute. Okay, this is my friend Beck. We're gonna go find Rolo together. Okay. Ugh. Cause that's gonna help. Whose house is this? I don't know. Mm. Mm. I like Beck. Mm. Mm. That's not cool. Mm. Oh, these are the bullies from yesterday, right? I like the noises. Um. Ew. Yeah, we're gonna fucking smack them. Did I murder the kid? Shove him into the puddle? Into the puddle? Mm. There we go. Oh, shit. Oh, I can also use these arrow keys. Mm. Okay, no, I can't jump over it. Oh. Oh. Hmm. Oh. Hmm. No, that's sketchy. It definitely reminds me of Exocolonist. Check upstairs first. Oh, okay. Hmm. Hmm. Oh. Hmm. Jesus. So that's kind of similar to what my dreams are like, actually. They're a bit more violent, though. Hmm. Hmm. Oh. I see. Okay, but what about Gran? Okay, I thought I was gonna have to do it. Oh. Hmm. Hmm. Bizarre. Oh! Dawn! She's so cute. Hmm. Okay, she's my favorite. Oh. What are they doing? Hmm. Alrighty. Ooh, a bracelet. You know, just wash it first. I would appreciate it. Ew. Don't fish with tape. It is really frustrating that, like, fishing is getting super romanticized lately because of video games. Because I've been fishing. It is really boring. And I mean, I think I like, that's kind of the point of it. But uh, hmm. Interesting. But there's a little message in the bottle. You gotta adjust the frequency. Mm. Is it back? That's back. Oh no, it's Iggy. Who? Oh. No. Ew. Hmm. I love a good cult storyline. Oh dear. I told you he looked smarmy. Hmm. Hmm. We fight. Why are they all little red pandas? Or are they tanukis? They look different than tanukis, but... Hmm. Oh. Hmm. Interesting. Hmm. Jam. she make the phone call this time? Huh. That is different. Oh. And there he is. Adorable. Can I set down the jam? No, I have to, okay. Did you find more bugs today? Oh no. Hmm. Mm. Mm. Oh, wait, no, I want to... Okay. Nope. God damn it. It's like Little Nightmares all over again. Well, shit it. Mm. Yeah. Ew. Mm. Hi, Dawn. Hmm. Mm. No. Hmm. I like her design. Oh, nice. I think it's interesting I can't see the parent's face. It's a sweet burger with grilled cactus. Interesting. Oh. Like this? Oh. A little apron. Oh, okay, so that was chicken. I wasn't entirely sure. Oh, because they're chicken tenders. Hi, Mom. Mm. Mm. Can I get a soda from the vending machine? No, okay. Mm. Mm. Oh. I don't remember where he's at. Oh, maybe it's this way? We have Jam Jam from Grand Grand. That's strange. Bizarre. Back! Pineapple. Well. I love the cute little mousy lesbians. I guess this would be cats, I'm assuming. Oh. This sounds like me, to be honest. Oh dear. Oh, that's who lives there. Mm. Mm. Yeah. That seems fair to me. Hey, Chase. Jace. Chase. Hmm. He's a hyena. Mm. Gross. Hey, Beck. Yeah. Yeah, like we said, shady shit, Luca. Mm. Mm. Because they're working for competing companies. Hmm. Interesting. Hmm. Hmm. Oh. Hmm. Huh. Why does the almanac not work? Is that gonna follow out? Yeah. Beck seems just as prickly. Beck began to respond, but the sky answered for him. The clouds above began to. Ooh, break. So there, it's gonna start raining. Oh, it's not what I was. I don't know why I thought that meant that the clouds were gonna open up. I don't know if Rola's gonna be happy about you indoctrinating a new person into the club. Mm. Oh, damn. Oh. Hmm. It's Grandma. Interesting. Oh, Hazy. Oh, I think I missed that. Shit. Z, are you still here? I'm gonna be so sad if I've been checking chat. It didn't show up. Please still be there. Missed you, man. Oh, is the audio not coming through? Is the freaking game audio not coming through? I hope you've been well, Z. Okay, yeah, so the audio is not coming through from the game. Bizarre. Okay, yeah, so there it goes. Freaking weird that it wasn't working. Oh, I'm getting 2 messages real quick on Discord. Let me... Are the mushrooms supposed to be glowing? I feel like they're not supposed to be glowing. I don't know. Maybe, are they like bioluminescent mushrooms?
The clipboard finished writing with a scratchy flourish and looked up. Mr. Nuncreed, arms crossed over his paunch, gave an exhausted sigh. He snatched the pad and scribbled his name so hard the pen nearly snapped. The clipboards looked at each other for a moment, almost pondering the possibility, then broke into laughter as they walked away.
Interesting. Oh, we're gonna watch the same thing again?
We all know.
steal an ice cream. I got an achievement for that. Okay. Ew.
William Kerr and Gus Valentine proudly surveyed the half-covered festival banner. The mayor gave a half-hearted shrug. Kerr locked his arm on Gus's shoulder. With a glimmer in his eye, Kerr gestured grandly toward the horizon.
Yeah, that's not at all. A little bit sketchy.
Rollo waggled his head with pride.
A roll-up window. Oh, is it a car door? I'm gonna have to find something to throw. I'm just gonna reuse the same can. There, I'll just walk right up to it.
Luca sucked in a long breath. Rollo let out a low whistle. Rollo and Luca shot back a look.
No, Rollo.
Luca gazed out the window.
I thought they were gonna be like, are you sure your gran is actually your gran? So we've made it further this round than we did before.
Chapter 6. Secret Lair. Summer forged ahead, but the nights only seemed to grow colder. Luca walked home slowly under the pale starlight, cautious to avoid any more surprises lurking in the shadows. Reaching home, he slipped quietly into bed, half dreading what they might discover the next day.
I'm coming. He's got a little hat.
Luca and Beck rolled their eyes as Rollo strutted across the room.
The closet upstairs.
Rollo flung open the cabinet with confidence. He coughed as a veil of dust hit his face.
her bedroom.
A look of realization crept onto Luca's face. All three kids snapped to glance at each other, then sprinted and turned toward the kitchen.
Get a chair.
Before he could finish, Luca scrambled up Rollo's back.
I would have just
The
expected
three
y'all to
crowded
grab a
around the
chair.
hutch to peer in. With the glass doors opened, a perfect porcelain display gleamed in front of them. Their eyes searched for anything amiss, but the only distinct feature was its impeccability. As Beck pulled on one of the teacups, it slanted forward with a hollow click. The entire hutch began to rustle and slide under its own power.
I want a secret door if I could build like my own house.
Luca jostled each cabinet drawer in turn. Only one was unlocked. He fingered through the filing cabinet, pausing at a bulging folder labeled Walter. For a long moment, he just stared at it. Luca nodded and caressed the label with his thumb. Rollo swiped the folder from the drawer and began leafing through the pages. He whistled to himself, barely looking at the text. He stopped at a page and mimed, holding up a monocle. Rollo looked up with heightened surprise. Rollo's finger traced across the page. Rollo scanned through several more pages. Luca, staring blankly at the cabinet this whole time, spoke softly. Rollo rustled the folder, trying to loose more pages. Luca frantically shoved the remaining cabinet folders, trying to find another labeled Walter. Luca slammed the drawer shut. A spider web of
My
string
keyboard.
connected photos of people from the town, interspersed with hastily scrawled notes.
No. Should I get another achievement for this? Come on, I gotta get an achievement. PC's been sheeped. Wait. Shit, no, go back.
Rollo casually spun open a lid and dipped his finger in the jam. He smacked his lips. Rollo plunged his hand in the jar, fishing out a soggy slip of paper. Rollo offered the slimy note to Luca and licked his fingers clean.
A grand jamagram.
They crowded around a worn-down old map of Beacon Pines.
Yeah.
Rollo carefully traced the path with his finger. He jabbed down at the end point. Luca looked up from the map. Beck flicked off the light, and they became statues in the dark. Overhead, creaking floorboards bent under slow, deliberate steps. The kids looked up, the tilt of their necks following each footfall. Then suddenly, it stopped. Without realizing, they'd been holding their breath. All three exhaled shakily and glanced at each other. A muffled male voice broke the silence. A final few footsteps reached the entrance above them, and the voice now echoed down the stairs. The three kids shuffled to the corners without a peep. As he began to descend the stairs, the man's voice punctuated every new step.
Mr. Tolliver.
Thump. 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 At the bottom step, the man paused, squinting to search the room for signs of life. Rollo shifted suddenly. Luca gave him an intense, chastising look and whispered through clenched teeth. It was too late. Rollo was already inching toward the stairway. He screeched as he charged toward the shadowy figure. With all his weight, Rollo tackled the man to the ground. From the dark corner, they saw something move. Luca scrambled to the hunched figure on the ground. Pressing his fingers to the man's neck, he sighed with relief. As Beck flicked back on the light, Luca and Rollo both gasped in stereo. Chapter 7. The Interrogation of Hiram Tolliver. Still unconscious, Mr. Tolliver slumped heavily in a shoddy old chair. His hands were bound with rope, his feet tied with some loose string. The kids huddled in a circle, discussing their plan. One thing was certain. They couldn't just let Mr. Tolliver go. They needed to know what he was doing in Luca's house. After some deliberation, it was decided. They'd run the classic good cop, chill cop interrogation. Luca walked calmly to the light switch, flicking it off and on a few times. Mr. Tolliver shook his head, gathering his wits. He looked over to find Luca, who returned a calming grin. Rollo and Beck emerged from hiding to give a timid wave. Luca glanced over to Rollo and Beck, who replied with skeptical looks. Mr. Tolliver exhaled with disappointment. Luca gestured to the corner. Luca looked again to Rollo and Beck. This time they shrugged. Luca began to slowly loosen the bindings. Mr. Tolliver gently rubbed his wrists. He edged imperceptibly toward the stairs as he spoke.
Are you gonna trap us in here?
Before the kids had even noticed his movement, Mr. Tolliver was at the light switch. He punctuated his final words by flicking the switch and rushing up the stairs. Beck darted to the wall and turned back on the lights. It was too late. Rollo confirmed what they all heard. Mr. Tolliver's muffled voice came from behind the door. They looked bewildered at each other.
I love that. Not now.
They heard the staccato thump of quick steps exiting the house.
Beebus. I don't know who that is.
The kids looked down in resignation. This isn't how it goes in Hank Atomic. For some reason, they'd always assumed it was up to them to save their town. Luca opened his mouth, hoping to conjure some magical words to make this right. Only a hollow croak escaped. The end. Well, we certainly aren't going to find a grand resolution to our tale locked in a basement. Back to the drawing board. Well, time to bust out the tickles. Beck lunged forward and tears began to form in Tish's eyes as she gasped for breath between gales of laughter. Beck redoubled her efforts until Tish finally had had enough. Iggy's eyes darted around, a realization dawning on his face that he was now outnumbered. Iggy kicked at the puddle before making his escape. Beck shook the ooze out of her hair as best as she could.
Oh.
Chapter 4. The best policy. Luca paused for a moment, catching his breath. He'd only just met Beck, and somehow he already managed to drag her into this mess. Hopefully he could make it up to her. But finding Rollo was his primary concern. Roxy and Fitz looked drained. It was clear they'd spent all day searching. Roxy's temper could often be dismissed as the impatience of an older sibling. But this was the most intense Luca had ever seen her. Her eyes were wild and unfocused, looking straight through Luca. In a torrent of rambled words and tears, Luca broke down. Roxy, still exhausted and angry, softened briefly as her eyes hunted the ground in thought. With a determined sigh, she looked up at Luca. Roxy drew herself up. Roxy tried to think of the safest place to send Luca. Luca wiped his cheeks and gave a quick nod. Looking into the puddle, Roxy rubbed her arms to warm up.
Maybe I can find Beck. Nope.
Mr. Nuncree jumped with a start. Luca motioned to the phone booth. Mr. Nuncree gently placed one of his substantial hands on Luca's shoulder.
Oh.
Luca peered up at Mr. Nuncree. Kind eyes warmed a stern face. There was a deeper emotion hiding beneath it all. It was subtle, but Luca could sense something eating away at him. There was a shame lurking behind those eyes. A deep sadness. If Mr. Nuncree was that worried about Rollo, maybe he could help.
No.
Mr. Nuncree raised an eyebrow. Mr. Nuncree's shoulders slumped. A deep sigh bellowed from his chest. Luca attempted to take a step back, but Nuncree's hand clamped down on his shoulder. With a firm shove, Nuncreed manhandled Luca into the phone booth. The door latched shut with a mechanical hiss. As Luca pounded the glass, the floor dropped from under his feet. The inside of the phone booth was now a loose capsule plummeting at gravity's whim. Luca winced and pressed his hands to the walls. As he braced for impact, the capsule hurried to a surprisingly smooth stop. He felt a cold rush of air and opened his eyes with hesitance. Two large figures in hazmat suits occluded his view. Luca heard the deep, resigned voice of Mr. Nuncreed over an intercom. He knows too much. The end. Wait. No. This isn't the end. I know there's still much more. Somehow this went wrong. Okay, let's try something else.
The only other option is to change the weather.
Luca began to respond, but the sky answered for him as the clouds above began to rumble with ominous thunder. Luca surveyed the roiling clouds. At that moment, the heavens opened up, unleashing torrential rain. Luca squinted into the eye hole of the microscope. Luca adjusted the slide with his fingers to get a better look.
Have you guys ever looked at like stuff through like a microscope? I used to have one, and my mom had me like a bunch of different slides.
Luca wiped his hand
It's
off on his
really
sweater
cool.
and gave a nervous laugh. Beck looked down, timidly tapping the ladder with her feet. Luca flicked at one of the toggles.
Are you gonna accidentally get one of the frequencies with the like hazmat people?
Luca bent down to examine the bouquet of wilting flowers. Judging by the odor, they were well past their prime. He flipped open the attached card.
Oh. Oh.
Beck took a moment to watch the rivulets of water running down the window.
Yeah.
Luca took a deep breath, exhaling slowly. Luca let out a feral scream that echoed into the night.
Damn.
Her voice dropped to a trembling whisper. Beck brushed off her shirt and straightened up.
I hear the music
As
pitched up
abruptly
there.
as it began, the storm abated. Beck gave Luca a light thump on the arm before heading in. Chapter 5. Friendly Feud. The air was heavy with the hard rain's residue, the smell of wet things. Despite his dreary surroundings, Luca felt at peace. He'd never shared those details about his dad with anyone, not even Rollo. But it's not like this changed anything. Rollo was still his best friend. Adding Beck to the group would help balance things out. Everything's better in threes. This is what Luca told himself as he headed to the treehouse.
Dawn. Okay. I love cults. They're great.
Luca had only ever heard him speak in this stiff yet gentle tone a few times, and it always meant one thing. Rollo scoffed. Luca stumbled on his words, knowing he'd said too much. Luca became instinctively angry in response. Both boys were now shouting across the distance.
He's still here.
Rollo's tone changed to a calm, yet more intense anger. The words hung in the cold night air. Rollo's stomach dropped, knowing he'd crossed a line. But it was too late.
I like it better when they're all friends.
Luca dug through his old stuff, not even sure what he was looking for.
Oh.
Gran cooed gently from the hallway. Luca just wanted to be alone. He waited to hear the sound of the front door closing. Luca dozed off again.
Oh. Yes.
Lucas still couldn't bring himself to go out. Besides, if he ran into Rollo, he'd have to actually confront the situation.
Okay, I see.
The Adventures of Hank Atomic. Luca carefully opened the cover and began to read. Rollo had received it for his birthday, a special hardcover edition with behind-the-scenes commentary and bonus art.
Ooh.
Rollo cherished it, but asked that Luca keep it at his house. Luca wasn't sure if it was because Rollo didn't trust himself with it, didn't trust his sister around it, or just wanted an excuse to come hang out at Luca's more often. Whatever the reason, Luca didn't mind, but it had stayed right there where Rollo had stashed it ever since. Now, at the foot of his bed, Luca lost himself in the pages. He'd read it all before, but at this moment, it somehow felt sentimental. He was well into issue number 5 when he heard soft footsteps from the hallway.
Grandma?
Without realizing it, Luca had pouted away the entire afternoon. He once again felt the weight of it all and allowed his weary eyes to close.
I felt that.
Luca stood in a vast black expanse. He looked up at his father standing beside him. Walt was working a straw at the bottom of a fountain glass, trying to collect the last bits of milkshake. Dad? Where are we? Taking a final loud gurgling sip, his father peered up from the glass. He jangled the straw playfully with a warm smile, then lifted the empty glass as if to point into the darkness. The source? Luca's eyes followed his father's gesture. In an instant, he was sitting in front of a blazing campfire. Across from him sat a large figure in a yellow hazmat suit. The figure's voice was a scratchy echo. Well, if it isn't the man of the hour, make yourself comfortable. Luca held his shivering hands over the flame to warm himself. It doesn't work that way here. Their yellow-gloved hand pointed to the base of the flame. It's a cold flame, see? Luca peered at the base of the fire. It wasn't wood that was burning. It was Beacon Pines itself. Tiny buildings, freezing and crumbling as they were consumed by flame. Luca could see small shadows moving in the burning city. People. Luca leapt to his feet. We've got to help them! The figure gave a dismissive wave of their hand. Why waste energy helping people who can't even help themselves? The figure bent down to examine the panicked crowd as they desperately tried to stop the flames. They only care about what's right in front of them. Not like us. Luca's voice was a trembling whisper. Us? The figure slowly stood up, grabbing its helmet with both hands. With a jolt and a twist, the suit emitted a gasp. A cloud of torpid mist escaped, slowly revealing the face within. Luca's own face looked back at him, older, worn, distant. The sensation was oddly familiar, as if he'd caught his own reflection by surprise in the mirror. The doppelganger smiled.
Very similar to
I
Exocolonist.
tried to help once. He gestured towards his face, and all it got me was this. Luca staggered back. You aren't me. Luca felt a hand catch his shoulder. His father was there again, beside him. Every choice sets us on a path. This is the end of one of your paths, son. Luca watched his older self shake its head ruefully, its face twisting into a cruel grin. Welp, Dad, if you wanted him to see this, far be it from me to disappoint. Luca watched in shock as the figure took a confident step forward and plunged into the flames. In a flash of cold light, he was gone. What does all of this mean? Luca felt a reassuring squeeze on his shoulder. Just remember, why we choose matters just as much as what we choose. Luca woke up to see a hazy figure at the foot of his bed, silhouetted in the morning sun. Luca rubbed his eyes. The kind, concerned face of his gran came into focus. Gran silenced Luca with a gentle pat on the leg. Luca gave a reluctant nod. Luca took a deep breath. Chapter 6. Through thick and thin. Despite Luca's bitterness, Gran was right. He needed to hash things out with Rollo. A big fight changes the nature of a friendship. Whether, in the end, it is for the better or for the worse, all comes down to understanding. If one is not careful, the same familiarity that builds the strongest of bonds can become the wrecking ball that shatters them. Luca emerged from seclusion, taking in the crisp festival air. But the events of the day weren't on his mind. He had to find Rollo.
Can I use acceptance anywhere? Chad, things are kind of weird.
Roxy rolled her eyes, shaking her head. Luca looked
He's in the
down and
library.
kicked at the dirt.
Aw. Oh, is there like a haunted house or something?
Mr. Kerr pointed to his grinning mouth.
Yeah, I'd also love some lemonade to sip on. Slurpy slurp slurp. Ooh. Dad.
Luca wrapped a twig of thyme around the hook. Some fish have refined taste.
Ooh. The tiny baby Luca. Yeah, I really don't think he's here, but...
Luca's winter coat decommissioned for the summer. With the cold holding out longer than usual, he reconsidered its usefulness.
Yeah, nothing to do here.
Jeff was staring into the distance with a wistful look. Jeff turned to Luca with a furrowed brow, then gave an understanding nod. For a moment, the two now shared that same wistful gaze.
Yeah. Gotta get a little shit something. No. Have you heard anything new, Dawn? But oh, wait, no.
Sorry all became flesh.
Who is Griffin? Bird. Yeah, see that's me. I'm this little bird over here.
Griffin looked away suspiciously.
That's Griffin. That is interesting. Because they pulled a prank in here, didn't they?
We all know Beacon Pines is a great town. What you may not know is great towns grow from mighty roots. And that is why you cannot tell the story of Beacon Pines without telling the story of one Sharper Valentine. Young Sharper's keen intellect and strong moral fiber led to a grand vision. A vision of a community dedicated to a better tomorrow. In his own words, a better tomorrow is within our grasp, but it requires a singular mind to harness it. Lucky for us, he decided to grow that vision here in Beacon Pines.
Okay, whatever. Yeah, so I am definitely supposed to be going to the library.
Kato's eyes lit with excitement. Kato straightened up and cleared his throat as if preparing to sing. Kato stared at Luca eagerly. Luca grabbed the modern science of atomic radiation from the shelf.
Interesting.
Luca grabbed The Adventures of Hank Atomic, issue number 5, from the shelf.
Yep.
Kato removed his book from the desk and replaced it with Luca's, turning on the lamp. As he slid the book under the purple light, 2 words glowed. The Adventures of Hank Atomic, issue 5. Luca clicked his tongue with recognition. Kato began flipping through the pages, stopping when he hit a glowing word. He continued flipping.
Grift.
Reaching the end of the book, Kato looked up.
So that's why. I mean, we did accidentally already stumble upon all of this, but...
Before Luca could finish his sentence, Griffin handed him a corn dog. Luca shrugged, taking a sizable bite out of the corn dog.
Didn't Gran tell us to buy?
Luca tongued at his cheeks, feeling something rough between his teeth. He reached into his mouth and pulled out a slip of paper.
Jesus.
He shook off the bits of corn dog to read the slip. Luca finished off the remainder of the corn dog.
He tried... Ah, shit.
Lumi waved his hands around sarcastically as he began.
Oh, I thought they were both girls. And that takes flight but has no wings. Balloon. Yeah.
Rollo sheepishly handed Luca the balloons.
Oh!
Luca threw himself at Rollo, hugging him as tightly as he could.
They're very different tonal shifts in this game. Ooh.
Rollo handed Luca an unopened letter.
Oh.
Luca, some things are going to happen that might be difficult for you to understand. If I am honest, I hardly understand them myself. But whatever happens, I need you to know that I love you. None of this is fair to you. You have already lost so much.
This isn't
We both
ominous at
have.
all.
I wish there was a simpler way forward. But if there is, I haven't thought of it. God knows I've tried. Everything I've done, I did for you. I hope someday you can accept that. Love, Gran. Luca folded the paper into his pocket and headed up the ladder. Luca was at a loss for words, but that was fine. Words aren't always necessary. Sadly, this was untrue. A distant rumble shook the treehouse. It was not fireworks. It was something the boys couldn't possibly comprehend. Something as old and cruel as time itself.
A terrorist attack? Oh.
A shockwave of cold tore through the room. A bitter, unfathomable chill. Before they could react, it encased them in ice. Two boys, reunited by friendship, only to be cruelly separated by a malevolence beyond reason. And so, our story ends on this melancholy scene, in a silent treehouse turned statuary. In a town brought low by its secrets, sits a pair of friends, alone, together, for the rest of time. The end. No, that can't be the ending. It simply can't. I won't accept it, and I hope you won't either. There are more endings, more possibilities. I can feel it. We are just going to have to sort through them all until we find the one that fits.
Yeah, that's what I thought. And then if I was to come over here. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. So we'll flip back over to this timeline for a minute.
Luca drew himself up and decided to take the only option they had left. Flight. He squinted down the barrel of the mission control defense cannon, aiming it through an opening in the dense tree branches. He looked up with surprise as it struck true and taut. Luca and Iggy winced as they sprinted through the thicket. The branches clawed at them, reluctant to give passage. After what felt like a marathon, Luca stopped in his tracks as they reached the clearing. What the? That was all he was able to say before Iggy slammed into his back. The boys tumbled down a steep decline and crashed with a wheezing thud on a surface as hard as ice. In fact, it was ice. Chapter 5. Signs. They stood silently, catching their breath. The sky was like sapphire. With each breath, a plume of steam escaped from Luca's lungs. Let's keep moving. Luca pulled Iggy to his feet as they gazed across a snowy terrain.
This looks like the Archpioneer.
Luca had almost forgotten the walkie-talkie he was carrying. Luca looked at Iggy with hesitation. With a resigned sigh, Luca responded. Luca winced, shoving the walkie-talkie back into his pocket.
Yeah, so that looks like Dad's grave. Ew. Y'all are in Beacon Pines.
The boys stared in disbelief at the sign that now clearly read, "Welcome to Beacon Pines." Looking down at the frozen stream, Luca could faintly see a school of minnows encased in the ice. The fencing glistened,
No, this section.
each chain link encapsulated with a translucent layer of ice.
Yeah, because that would typically be the entrance.
The
to
crunching of
treehouse,
footsteps trailing Luca went hush. He looked back to see Iggy's face twisted with confusion.
You're just gonna die out here?
Luca peered upward at the darkening sky. He let out a long, foggy breath. Faintly, Iggy began to cry. Seeing Iggy in such a pathetic state gave Luca a sense of compassion and more than a little guilt. Luca allowed himself to collapse next to Iggy. The boys huddled together for warmth and comfort. If not for exhaustion, their minds would be racing, trying to make sense of the events of the day. As it was, all they had energy for was to sit in silence, numb.
Damn.
Iggy motioned sarcastically to his half-deformed face. Iggy shrugged. Iggy now wept openly. He wiped his nose with a sleeve. Luca gave a warm chuckle. Iggy cleared his throat as he wiped his eyes. Iggy arched into a wide yawn. Luca's eyelids began to slowly
Yeah, they're gonna
drift shut.
freeze to death out here.
That's all Luca could whisper before succumbing to sleep. Iggy snuggled in some more.
They're gonna die. They're dying of hypothermia.
The house smelled of warm bread. Luca was playing with toy blocks on the living room rug. He looked up to see his parents on the couch. His mother held his father's head in her lap. She idly stroked his hair while humming a song. A voice behind Luca spoke. "This is how you remember them, huh?" Luca turned to see his own face, the doppelganger from his dreams, still clad in a yellow hazmat suit, still carrying a look of disdain behind empty eyes. Aww, look at this perfectly cozy scene. You know it wasn't really like this. The figure picked up a toy block and inspected it. It's amazing the facades that one can build given the right materials. Not that I blame us. These are a child's memories, all warm and fuzzy. You don't remember, do you? Lucas snatched the block from the figure's yellow-gloved hand. Remember what? The doppelganger pointed to the couch. The last day we saw him alive. The day he chose to abandon us. Luca turned to look at his father, still lounging on the couch. That's not true. He didn't abandon us. The doppelganger waved his hand dismissively. Everything is true here. It's just a matter of what we choose to see. Well, let me show you. The world flickered and pulsed. Luca was sitting next to his bed, listening to his heartbeat with one of his dad's stethoscopes. The doppelganger limped into the room. No, we both know that's not how this went. He grabbed Luca's hand and guided the stethoscope to the floor. Luca heard muffled shouting, brought close by the stethoscope. It was his parents, fighting. Do you remember what we did next? Luca gave a slow nod and crept down the hall to peek through the banister. He could see the outline of his mother at the bottom of the stairs. Damn it, Walt. We can't afford to get involved in this. She was scared. His father stepped forward. What am I supposed to do? Just watch? There's a sickness in this town, and we both know who's behind it. I swore an oath to help people. I won't turn my back on them. Luca's mother grabbed Walt. She was crying, pleading. I can't lose you. Walt calmly removed Eleanor's hand from his shoulder. What's right is right, and what's wrong is wrong. I could never live with myself if I let Sharper get away with this. Eleanor raised her voice. Spare me your bullshit platitudes. What about our son? Luca flinched, dropping the stethoscope down the stairs. Walt turned with a panicked smile. Luca, is that you, buddy? With tears in his eyes, Luca descended the stairs. Mom? Dad? What's going on? Walt dropped to a knee to meet Luca eye to eye. Nothing, buckaroo. Your mom and I just got a little overexcited is all. Luca placed the stethoscope against his father's chest. His heart was racing. It sounded like you were going somewhere? Walt gently removed the device from Luca's ears. Listen to me, Luca. I have some business to take care of. I'll be back in time to tuck you in. Luca hugged his father tightly. Promise? Walt stood up and walked to the door. He glanced over his shoulder. I promise. With a wink and a grin, he put on his hat and strode out into the evening sun. A figure approached soundlessly from the foggy snowfall. It stood above them, lingering in contemplation. Slowly raising one hand above Iggy, it snapped out 2 brisk raps on his head. From a deep slumber, Iggy sprang up defensively. Whether it was the calming presence or the recognition that he was not in danger, Iggy felt his clenched fists lower. Luca looked up, gradually remembering his whereabouts. The figure exhaled a cloud of warm vapor. When it came to complete strangers, Iggy had trouble cobbling together an insult. Iggy huffed with gratification. Nat began to turn away indifferently. Iggy turned sharply and began to stomp up. Realizing he'd worn their patience then, Nat relented. Luca and Iggy turned around with hope in their eyes. Nat took a deep breath in. Nat exhaled slowly, then snapped his fingers. For a brief moment, Luca and Iggy let themselves believe that some great magic was about to unfold, until they opened their eyes and found themselves in the exact same place, cold and disheartened. Nat narrowed his eyes, furrowed his brow, and uttered. Luca began to laugh uncomfortably. He looked down at his feet. His eyes started back and forth in contemplation. With a sudden pain, a thought struck him. He sprinted off into the pale distance. As Iggy turned to follow, Nat called out. Chapter 6. The Source. Nat expressed his sympathy with a shrug and sauntered off as unassumingly as he'd arrived. He'd given Luca and Iggy what they needed, and nothing more. As Luca sprinted
wouldn't say
across
what
the
they
snow,
needed.
the events of the past few days became clearer, pieces to a larger puzzle. Rollo said he was underground somewhere, captured. Mr. Kerr tried to cover it up with lies. The Clipworths were hell-bent on capturing Iggy. It all seemed to point to Perennial Harvest. But right now, there was one thing that Luca needed to know. Luca stopped dead in his tracks. The tree was gone, uprooted and moved, leaving a raw gash in the earth. He dropped to his knees and dug wildly at the cold. His numb hands hit something hard, a headstone. A dry whisper escaped Luca's lips. There was no reply, just snow-covered silence. Iggy finally noticed the tears welling in Luca's eyes and the snow-covered grave. Suddenly, they heard the crunch of approaching footsteps in the snow.
Damn.
He bent down to scoop up a snowball and lobbed it playfully. Luca stuttered through heaving sobs. Iggy gave Luca a solid smack on the back of his head. Luca wiped his eyes with a sleeve. Iggy flashed a mischievous smile and cracked his knuckles. Iggy and
Yes.
Luca shared a skeptical look.
Oh, a
A
manhole.
disc of smooth metal was lightly covered in snow. Two faint seams were visible along the surface.
I like the snow, like, crunchy feet sound. I wonder if they used cornstarch.
Iggy darted behind a large pine and began digging furiously. He emerged holding a shoebox with a crude skull painted on its lid. Luca rolled his eyes with realization. Iggy stifled a chuckle. Iggy triumphantly raised the shoebox.
Might be useful though. Is there a bad cop,
Luca
crooked
and
cop?
Iggy inched up to the edge of the hole with bewilderment in their eyes. Arctic air breathed out of the cavern in heaving gusts. Mr. Kerr gazed down the abyss in contemplation. Kerr scratched the back of his head. His face contorted into a saccharine grin. Kerr snapped his fingers. Iggy turned to Luca with a sly glance. Iggy waved the box into the air, threatening to drop it down the hole. Iggy plucked a single bottle rocket from the box and held it up with reverence. After a long pause, Mr. Kerr flung up his hand with frustration.
Shoot him with the bottle rocket.
Mr. Kerr sighed into the frigid air. With a nonchalant flick, Iggy tossed the firework into the hole. With a growl, Kerr leapt at Iggy, crashing through Luca.
Oh.
Iggy tried to twist away, but in the struggle they both tumbled over the side. Luca dove forward, bracing Iggy's hand just before it slipped. His grip was made precarious by the cold, wet snow. He could see Kerr further down, clinging to Iggy's coat.
Damn.
Mr. Kerr gasped with insult. With a wild look in his eye, Mr. Kerr began to hum a proud melody. Luca's hand began to cramp. His voice began to crack. Luca felt Iggy loosen his grasp. Every muscle in Luca's body burned. Luca felt his hand slipping.
Damn. Yeah, no, this definitely reminds me a lot of exocolonists.
A calm settled over Iggy's face. Iggy's voice was colder than the bitter air billowing from the chasm. Luca had no choice but to refuse Iggy's request. He tightened his grip and reached for the walkie-talkie. A wild delight crept onto Mr. Kerr's face. That's a good lad. Now, radio for help. Iggy begged Luca with his eyes one last time, but Luca pressed the button and called out. We need help. Mr. Kerr is in danger. It wasn't long before they were once again surrounded by clipboards. Mr. Kerr sighed with relieved frustration. There you are. You really are a worthless lot, aren't you? Mirror. A clipboard dutifully produced an ornate ivory hand mirror, and Mr. Kerr began preening his tousled hair. Ah, that's better. Mr. Van Horn, I applaud your sharp thinking under duress. I'll put in a good word for you with the founder. Take them away. A swarm of hands overpowered Luca. The last thing he saw before a cloth bag was pulled over his head was the defeated look on Iggy's face. The end. I think this was one of those times where doing the right thing was the wrong thing.
Damn.
Luca had no choice but to accept Iggy's request. With a quiet blink, Luca Luca watched a teardrop sail down into the howling void. As his fingers slowly gave up, he met eyes with Iggy. The two silhouettes were swallowed by darkness.
Snack. Tempest Liquid.
We have some idea what that would look like. A fierce twinkle flashed in Nat's eyes.
Interesting.
With a chuckle, Nat turned and walked west. Dumbfounded, Luca followed behind him, trudging through the snow. Every step taking him further away from everyone and everything he knew, and closer to destiny. To be continued in Beacon Pines, Pines Harder. Revenge served cold. Second time's a charm? Wait, that's it? This ends with a crummy cliffhanger just when it was getting good? I was even starting to like Iggy. No way. I refuse to be associated with some never-ending parade of sequels. Let's go back and find something more definitive.
That's funny.
They'd run the classic good cop, hard cop interrogation. Rollo brandished a steely gaze. I've got this. Read about it 100 times. Rollo swaggered past the chair which propped up the slumping Hiram Tolliver. Without even looking at his captive, he began with a long, blustery drawl. Mr. Tolliver remained motionless. Rollo spun around to face him. He'd clearly expected to rouse Mr. Tolliver with his booming voice. Beck and Luca gave each other an unsure glance. Rollo slammed his fist on the table. He grabbed the table lamp and beamed it onto the unconscious face. Mr. Tolliver groaned and slowly lifted his head. He recoiled with a muddled, weary squint. The chair wobbled as he attempted to straighten up. Mr. Tolliver could only make out rough shapes through the glaring light. With a gruff tone, Rollo hoped to both conceal his voice and intimidate.
Calm as a carrot in dirt.
The doubtful expression on Beck and Luca's faces transformed into awe. Rollo, hitting his stride, was now channeling every detective trope his memory could recall. He slammed the table again. Mr. Tolliver's voice became desperate. He was nearly in tears. Mr. Tolliver was in a daze, now more confused than ever. He shook his head, feeling more and more dizzy. His voice faded to a whisper. With that, Mr. Tolliver passed out cold. Rollo swung around with a repentant grimace.
Oh. Money?
Chapter 8. 6 feet under, 3 towns over. The kids spent the rest of the afternoon combing through dusty piles of old county records, desperately searching for anything that could help them make sense of Mr. Tolliver's cryptic utterance. Luca tried to shake the thought of Gran's basement, but his focus wavered. Explosives, messages hidden in jam, dossiers on various town figures, and a corkboard threaded with photos. Gran was the only family he had left. He still couldn't bring himself to believe the worst. But the old map with the symbol of explosives in town square made that difficult. As the sun began to set, the kids were no closer to the truth. Rollo shut his book with an assertive nod. Rollo muttered under his breath. Beck slammed her finger down on the open page before glancing down to read. Something tickled the back of Luca's mind. The question hung in the air.
Ooh, spooky.
Beck rubbed her eyes.
is concerning.
Luca's heart was pounding as he approached the house. If he was lucky, Gran, or whoever it was, hadn't gotten back yet. And of course, there was Mr. Tolliver tied up and unconscious in the basement. Dealing with him would be the first order of business. Luca shook out his arms to calm his nerves before entering.
Oh, shit.
He held perfectly still, tempering his breath, and listened closely. She was asleep. His only hope was that she hadn't found Mr. Tolliver before dozing off. Mr. Tolliver was nowhere to be seen. Or maybe Gran knew everything. Luca's hungry stomach groaned. Not realizing it, he'd gone the entire day without eating. Luca rushed over to the pile of jam jars, unscrewed one, and shoveled a handful into his mouth. He flipped the lid to read the label. As Luca climbed the final stair, the emotion of the day dragged heavily on him. With each consecutive step, his legs weakened. His stride began to falter. He tried to grab for the railing to steady himself.
The jam.
Something was wrong. Luca groaned and tried to move. His limbs might as well have been bolted to the ground. Through numb lips, he mumbled just before falling asleep.
The drum.
Chapter 9. A speech to end all speeches. Luca awoke to find himself face down in bed. He moaned into his pillow. Why would Gran drug him? Or rather, why was she trying to drug Mr. Nuncreed? Shaking the questions from his woozy head, Luca snapped back to the matter at hand.
I have to get to the festival. Like that it hits me in the face. Wait, what type of berries? She said that she had berry bushes.
Augustus Valentine nervously wiped his brow. Gus cleared his throat and awkwardly loosened his tie. William Kerr bounded on the stage with the energy of a preacher at a big tent revival. He gave Gus a hearty slap on the back and motioned him off the stage. Mr. Kerr pulled a thick stack of note cards out from his vest. Mr. Kerr took a moment to survey the crowd. He wiped away a single tear.
A great speech about absolutely nothing.
He thumped the podium to emphasize each word.
Look at the tiny little bunnies.
Mr. Kerr nodded confidently, biting his lip. The crowd was silent, in rapt attention. Mr. Kerr methodically made eye contact with each section of the crowd. His voice began to build to a crescendo. The crowd began to look around nervously. Mr. Kerr quickly flicked through his note cards. He raised his hands up to the heavens.
The ice happens.
At that moment, a merciless wall of impossibly cold air ripped through the crowd, instantly freezing everyone and everything it touched. For a man like William Kerr, this was a fitting way for things to end. On a stage, with an entire town frozen in rapt attention for the rest of time. The end. There's that ice again! Whenever I think we're getting close, it comes along and ruins everything!
Because we didn't stop them.
Maybe you should just close the book, walk away, and never think of me again. No, I don't mean that. We got a little closer this time. We just need to try again. Please.
This is Beck's turn.
They'd run the class. Luca and Rollo ducked behind a barrel, leaving Beck to her task. With a few crisp snaps, she roused Mr. Tolliver. Mr. Tolliver looked down and shifted a bit, testing his restraints. Beck caught herself before letting the surprise manifest on her face. She'd already gotten him to reveal his relation to Gran. This was gonna be easy. Mr. Tolliver wriggled a bit in his restraints. Beck quickly removed the ropes. Mr. Tolliver rubbed the growing knot on his forehead. Beck twirled her hand, as if to prompt Mr. Tolliver to finish her thought. Beck shook her head and clicked her tongue. Mr. Tolliver let out an amused huff in agreement. Beck was on a roll now, playing Mr. Tolliver like a fiddle. Heading for the stairs, Mr. Tolliver hesitated and turned to Beck with a puzzled look. She grinned and gave him a peppy wave. With a shrug, he continued up the stairs, whistling a jaunty tune. Beck blinked slowly in disappointment. She turned to the table and began tearing small scraps of paper. Beck marked each scrap of paper and leaned back. Luca and Beck looked at Rollo with amazement.
Maybe we'll actually win this time.
For a town that saw few visitors, the welcome was perhaps more grand than necessary. Gus looked around nervously. Eris's cry hung in the air.
She's still reading her books. Oh, there he is. There's Solomon.
Solomon stood proudly at the entrance to the drugstore, holding a brown bag overflowing with black licorice. Solomon shoveled a surprising amount of licorice into his mouth.
Damn.
Beck cupped her hands on the glass to peek inside. Beck flung open the door, and they all squeezed in. Luca cracked his knuckles and entered the letters into the keypad. The inside of the phone booth dropped loose from its shell. Without even the space to panic, they closed their eyes, held their breath, and accepted their fate. Suddenly, the chaotic descent slowed to an effortless landing. It was unclear where they ended up, but at least it was solid ground. The air was stagnant
Time to separate the
and smelled
party.
vaguely of chlorine.
That one might be good to go down.
Rollo's hands hovered over the field of blinking buttons. Joseph waited for a moment in silence. He gestured toward the strange tubes. Nuncreed let out a growl of a sigh. He shook his head wistfully. Nuncreed took a menacing step towards the children. Luca began to laugh. The color drained from Nuncreed's face. Nuncreed grabbed Luca by the shoulders. His eyes were frantic. A jolt of realization struck Mr. Nuncreed.
I'm back.
Chapter 8. The cold, hard truth. Beck leapt up, allowing the suction to yank her into the dark. Dimness eclipsed around her like the shutter of a camera as she seemed to cover great distance in mere moments. Her only points of reference were glints of upcoming turns, which approached with frightening speed, only to carom her gracefully along. She heard the tinny, distant echoes of Rollo's glee. Once she stopped fighting against it, the ride was impossibly smooth. Then, all of a sudden, as if minutes had passed in an instant, light blazed into view.
The manhole.
A burst of wintry air snuffed across her face, and she was flung out into the cold.
Okay. No. Can I still get the balance?
As they rounded the corner to the frozen town square, they spotted Mr. Nuncreed inching cautiously toward a pit at its center. He held his arms out gingerly, as if approaching a beast in the wild. Upon closing the distance, Luca recognized what Nuncreed was after. Gran stood confidently at the edge, one arm outstretched over the abyss. Nearby, a wheelbarrow had been emptied out. She held a lit torch, which flickered in the bitter wind. Mr. Nuncreed turned back toward the kids, desperation in his eyes. Rollo and Beck held steadfast in awe.
Sorry.
Luca approached closer. Mr. Nuncreed spun back toward Gran, his voice growing louder. Mr. Nuncreed winced with anguish. His voice hardened. They both now yelled, not to each other, but at fate itself, making their peace with long-held burdens. The wind howled with encouragement. They menaced at each other, both catching their breath. The moment balanced on a knife's edge. Amid a blur of emotions and memories, Luca's mind flooded with questions. The wind calmed, as if to give him the stage. And in the stillness, he began to hum. After the death of his father, Luca had trouble sleeping. Each night, his mother would sit at the foot of his bed and hum a gentle melody. It was the only thing that could calm his mind, the only thing that, however briefly, could make it all seem okay. That melody pervaded every memory Luca had of his mother. Shivering in the raw snow, he began to hum it out loud.
This is so silly. This is the path we've chosen, but it's still really silly.
Gran lowered the torch, listening closely. As recognition slowly set in, her heart sank. Those countless nights of consolation, the incomparable loss they shared together. She let the torch fall to the snow and sizzle out. A few steps toward Luca was all she could bear before dropping to the snow herself. Through a flood of tears, she began to hum along, note for note.
Well, so we know this isn't his grandma. Or is it actually his grandmother? But they thought she died. I don't understand. This is
lifted his head in astonishment. The last time he heard that melody was the last night he saw his mother. Luca blinked through blurry, watery eyes, trying to see more clearly. He could just make out the impression of a familiar face.
So it is just his mom.
He peered across the snowscape at the woman on her knees. Something about her was undeniably his mother, only smaller, older, changed. Luca sprinted as fast as he could toward his mother. They held each other close, and the cold retreated from their bodies. Eleanor looked down at Luca, tightening her embrace in an appeal for forgiveness. Joseph slumped into the cold, wet snow. For the first time in a long time, her voice felt like her own again. Luca gazed down at Nuncreed with pity. He looked small. Joseph stared into the snow as if searching it for answers.
That's so sad, though.
Chapter 9. The Devil You Know. 7 months ago, Eleanor Van Horn crept down the maze of sterile hallways under Perennial Harvest. She stopped in front of the large steel door marked Deep Engineering. No turning back now. She raised a trembling hand. The stolen keycard worked as promised, and the door buzzed open with mechanical efficiency. She was immediately hit with the smell of disinfectant. It was some sort of laboratory. In one corner was a desk covered in papers. Across the room stood a tall metal pod with hoses protruding from its base. She rushed to the desk and began shifting through the piles of papers. They were experiment reports on something called Tempus Liquamen. There were dozens of them. Every one stamped failed. Eleanor heard the sharp echo of footsteps approaching. She was out of time. Her eyes scanned the room, eventually landing on the strange pod. Muttering a curse under her breath, she dashed over and dove inside. Mr. Kerr addressed the crowd with a sarcastic tone. Whispers filtered through the crowd. mind dragged on Joseph Nuncrete's face.
It's the opposite of the HCM.
He paused for a moment, plucking a piece of fuzz from his sweater and discarding it to the ground. Kerr gave a bow of deference. Gasps rippled through the crowd. Solomon pulled a glass vial from his pocket. In one smooth motion, he downed its contents. A triumphant smile grew across Solomon's lips. His body and face began to contort and expand as he disappeared into a belching green mist. A hushed horror gripped the crowd. This is a story about change. Sharper examined his new hands. Sharper choked out a crude squawk of laugh. Frustrated grumbles sprinkled through the crowd. William Kerr gave a subtle nod to the clipboards. A helpless quiet settled over the crowd. Sharper addressed the crowd with indignant pride. He'd planned this moment for so long that now, at the deed's fruition, it almost felt frivolous. Mr. Kerr flourished a preposterously elaborate bow.
Ah. It's a patsy.
Sharper coughed up one final laugh and cracked his knuckles. And so, Sharper set about remaking the town in his own image. The fertilizer factory soon reopened for business. Sales rose steadily as more and more farmers across the countryside began to swear by its miraculous properties. Beacon Pines became famous, a secretive town that, for the right price, shared its gifts with all. Gifts that became more and more necessary in a world where winters grew longer and longer. The end. This is wrong, but things are becoming clearer now. You can feel it, right? We can't let Sharper win. He might just be the key to this whole thing. Let's see. There was a malice lurking behind those eyes, like a trap ready to spring. Luca felt the weight of Nuncrete's hand on his shoulder. Something wasn't right. He didn't know why, but something was telling Luca to get out of there. Luca twisted free of Nuncrete's grasp.
Who's this little guy?
The two scurried off, eagerly formulating a plan.
Love a good cult, am I right? Oh wait, no, I'm supposed to wait in the treehouse, that's right. I forgot.
Luca tied a bent nail onto the line. If all you have is a hammer...
No.
He aired a long holler into the woods. Luca felt his eyes getting heavy and plopped into the beanbag. He conceded to its lumpy embrace. Once again, Luca found himself in a vast black expanse. This time, he knew exactly where to go. He took a single confident step forward. The world flickered and pulsed. He found himself standing in front of the frigid air of a blazing campfire. The source. He plopped down cross-legged and gazed into the cold flame, waiting. Soon enough, the fire began to die out, popping sporadically, until all that was left was a single ember. Luca stood up and dusted himself off. He plucked the glowing ember from the cold ash, examined it, and slid it into his pocket. A keepsake. The voice of his father spoke behind him. "You made me proud, Buckaroo." Luca turned to face him. "Dad, what is this place?" A warm grin grew across his father's face. "A place where everything that has been and everything that could be all wait together." Luca found himself staring at his father's face, trying as hard as he could to memorize every single detail. "Wait? For what?" Another voice spoke out as Luca's doppelganger stepped forward. "That's up to you." Without knowing why, Luca began to weep. Is any of this real? Are you real?" Luca's father bent down to smudge away a tear. "Of course, I'm as real as the part of you that misses me."
Oh.
Luca turned to look at the older version of himself. "And you?" The doppelganger choked back tears. "I'm as real as the part of you that's angry he's gone. Does that make sense?" Through his tears,
I get this.
Luca laughed.
This makes sense.
"I think so." His father pulled him in for an embrace. "Time to go, Buckaroo." Luca was startled from his dream by a banging on the floor. A commanding voice rumbled from below. Just as Luca sprang to lock the entry hatch, the door knocked open. Chapter 5. Dangers Big and Small. Luca stumbled back. He heard the rope ladder creak under significant weight. Keeping his eyes fixed on the hatch, he inched backward to the balcony. As his hand grasped the door handle, Luca froze. A large figure clumsily wriggled up through the hole. The large figure cocked its head inquisitively. Luca's jaw dropped. He peered more closely at the man standing in front of him. Something about him was undeniably Rollo, only bigger, older, changed. Rollo proudly presented his hands to Luca. Luca moved to the side and pointed Rollo to his reflection in the balcony window.
Jeez, that's sad.
His hands shot up to his face. Rollo shadowboxed a few jabs. With a yelp,
She dyed it
Rollo
blue.
dove behind Luca. She shot a nervous glance at Rollo. Beck's eyes narrowed.
Alright. Bizarre way to dye your hair. I just got my hair dyed actually. Sat in a chair for like 5 hours.
Ilona tried to put on a smile.
There's nothing wrong with colored hair.
She
As
sighed,
lesbians, you should
and after a
understand
moment,
this.
looked down at Beck sympathetically. She flashed a sly grin and tousled Beck's hair. Luca gave Rollo a quick elbow to the ribs. Beck flicked a large sheet of paper out of her pocket and slammed it on the floor. Rollo started to wiggle with excitement. Chapter 6.
Actually, I think this is where we're gonna call it for the night. Because it's very late and I'm tired. I'm trying to get through as much of the game as possible so we don't have to do like a secondary stream that's not gonna be like, it's just gonna be us running through the end of the game. But I've been streaming for about 5 hours now, and it is like 4:30 in the morning. So I'm gonna play us out, and then I think we're gonna call it. My apologies, everybody, but have a wonderful night, and thank you so much for tuning in out there, universe.